An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 4 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred. A major earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 7 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred. An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
能登半島沖で地震。推定最大震度4。
Destroyed blocks on the road. So there may be very, very extensive damages on the road where people use to move or evacuate. Now, going forward, the JMS says we need to watch out for the rainfall as well as other landslides for at least next week, and particularly for the next few days, we need to be very, very vigilant. We don't want to expect that, but there's a good possibility that the tremors will continue. Yes, in fact, we had already experienced 7+ intensity quake, and this might have caused very extensive damages under the ground. And so if there are further quakes, it could result in very, very extensive damages, including wood house structures falling down and other extensive damages. Now, in terms of tsunami waves, a major tsunami warning was downgraded to ordinary tsunami warning. So what's the update? Yes, at 10:30 p.m. at Sakai Minato Port, they observed a new wave coming in.
津波観測に関する情報。1日午後10時34分現在の津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。輪島港 1.2 メートル以上。金沢 0.9 メートル。酒田 0.8 メートル。富山 0.8 メートル。世田名港 0.6 メートル。境港市堺 0.6 メートル。奥尻島奥尻港 0.5 メートル。七尾港 0.5 メートル。敦賀港 0.5 メートル。鳥島 0.4 メートル。柏崎市久里波 0.4 メートル。舞鶴 0.4 メートル。豊岡市津山 0.4 メートル。江差 0.3 メートル。岩内港 0.3 メートル。深浦 0.3 メートル。新潟 0.3 メートル。佐渡市は日崎 0.3 メートル。浜田 0.3 メートル。沖西港 0.3 メートル。利尻島沓俣港 0.2 メートル。秋田 0.2 メートル。岩見町田尻 0.2 メートル。対馬日高津 0.2 メートル。石狩湾新港 0.1 メートル。小樽市五所呂 0.1 メートル。奥尻島松江200。
move from time to time so as not to stay in the static position for extensive period of time. And also, people are advised to park in the place where the toilet is available very, very easily so that you do not refrain from drinking water. If you don't drink water, that gets your blood very sticky, so to speak, and dehydrated, and which leads to blood clotting. So you are advised to, again, watch out for the economic class syndrome. Thank you, Mr. Wakabayashi. That was a social affairs reporter.
Now we go live to evacuation center in
石川県能登地方で地震。
Yes,
推定
this
最大
is
震度3。
a gymnasium in Nanao City, and there are people making bonfire. It's quite cold outside, but inside the gymnasium is also very cold. It's below 10 degrees. And also around 11 p.m., the half of the light was off, but not many people are sleeping, and they are closer to each other. And many of them said that they're very concerned, but there is not much they can do. And right now, there is no water supply inside the city. This was a report from the gymnasium in Nanao City. I'm sure there are many people who will be spending a sleepless night. And please try to relax, and just closing your eyes will make you relax. And this is the new information. According to the disaster headquarters in Niigata, in Nakamonzen, a woman in 90s fell after she was shocked by the earthquake, and she was taken into hospital. And also in Kamoshima, a woman in 60s was also taken into the hospital, and this also seems to be the shock of the earthquake. Now, the reports of damages which NHK has collected. First, in Ishikawa Prefecture, according to Nanao Police Station, by 5:50 p.m. within Nanao City, there are several reports of the landslide and also a collapse of the houses. And also, according to the Suzu Police Station, by 5:30 p.m., there are many reports asking for help because of the collapse of the buildings and also the rise in the roads.
An
And
earthquake
right
of
now,
maximum measured
they are
intensity
working
of
on
3
this.
occurred.
In Toyama Prefecture, according to the Hime City, there are many reports which the buildings have collapsed. According to the Hime police station, as of 4:30 p.m., in several places, there are many reports of the cracks in the roads. In Niigata Prefecture, according to the Niigata City, near Hakusan Station in Chuo Ward and also Zenku region in Nishi Ward, there
地震情報
are
午後
cases of
11時30分
liquefaction,
頃、
and there
最
are
大震
also
度3を
damages
観
of the
測する地
sinking of the
震があり
roads.
ま
And
した。
also in Kariwa
現在、
village,
津
there
波
are
予報等を発表中
reports of
です。
sinking of the roads. And
震
Miyoko
源地
City
は
and
石川
Itoigawa,
県能登地
and
方。
part of the
震源
roads
の深さは
have
10キロ。
collapsed. And also in Gosen
地
and
震の規模を
Sanjo,
示すマグニ
there
チュ
are
ードは
reports of the
4.3と
block
推定されて
fences
いま
being
す。
collapsed. Now,
この
for
地震で
the
最大震度3を
injuries,
石川県能登
as of 10 p.m. in Ishikawa,
で観測しま
Niigata,
した。
Fukui, Toyama, Gifu, in 5 prefectures, 2 people are in the cardiopulmonary arrest, and several people have sustained injury. And also, there are people who are left stranded in the collapsed buildings. According to the National Police Agency, in this earthquake, 2 people in Nanao City in Ishikawa Prefecture are suffering from cardiopulmonary arrest. And according to the Wajima Fire Department, an old traditional lacquer building, lacquer company building have collapsed, and 2 people remained inside. And there are many old wooden buildings in Wajima City. I'm sure you're very much concerned, but please stay in a safe place. And also, there are many reports, more than 50 reports, where the buildings have collapsed. And in several cases, there are also reports that people or residents remain inside. And there are also a report that some are unconscious. And in Suzu police station, there have been many reports that people have been stranded inside the collapsed building. And in Shikamachi also, within the collapsed building, there is a report that the elderly man is collapsed, stranded inside. And according to the elderly home Cosmos, 2 people, elderly people, have sustained injury. And also, in the Wajima Hospital, there are many people who have come and suffering from the broken bones.
In Niigata Prefecture, now we go to Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Kishida has the following to say. Please give us the update on the plan to visit the site of the earthquakes. Yes, I'm talking on the 2024 Noto region's earthquakes. We extend our heartfelt condolences to those people who are affected by the quake, and I'm heading the effort to respond to the disaster that we are seeing. We're working utmost. We're making utmost efforts to gather information, and also we're dispatching. We did dispatch the team headed by the Deputy Prime Minister, and they already arrived in the one of the earthquake sites. Also, I had a chance to talk to some of the local city mayors. One mayor said that their city was damaged very extensively. They are suffering the water as well as power outages, and communication services are disrupted, and they're requesting for support. They're requesting the aid, including water and other foods to eat. Heavy equipment are hard to come by, and because of the damaged roads, so all the aid goods, including blankets, water, and foods, cannot reach those people affected. And there has been a request from these local governments to the central government to assist in their emergency response efforts. We're spending overnight I've just instructed all the related people and officers to spend all night gathering information. Also, we're planning to dispatch the special forces for the extensive damaged cases. And in the difficult situations such as this, affected people, particularly those people who are stranded and trapped, need to be rescued as soon as possible. And I'm getting the message across to those people who are responsible for that to do their best. Also, blankets, fuels, kerosene are in short supply in the affected areas. So I gave instructions to provide them via air flight. The emergency response management has been upgraded to the one rank higher response management team, which I head myself. And tomorrow, I will give you an update on the findings. I have a question, Prime Minister. The JMA once announced the quake that they said was of intensity of 7, but later corrected to 3. What is their responsibility? We're doing appropriate measure. We're taking appropriate measures to do the right thing. So that was a press conference given by Prime Minister Kishida.
Japan's meteorological agency says an earthquake that hit Ishikawa Prefecture at around 11 p.m. on Monday had an intensity of 3 after announcing that it had been an intensity of 7. Once again, Japan's meteorological agency says an earthquake that hit Ishikawa Prefecture at around 11 p.m. on Monday had an intensity of 3 after announcing that it had been an intensity of 7. The Japan Meteorological Agency says a magnitude 7.6 earthquake struck Ishikawa Prefecture shortly after 4 p.m. It says quakes with intensities reaching the top of the Japanese scale of 7 are possible for about a week, especially for the next 2 or 3 days. Agency officials say that tsunami warnings are in effect for the prefectures of Ishikawa, Niigata, Toyama, Yamagata, Fukui, and Hyogo on the Sea of Japan. They're calling on people to evacuate and stay on higher ground. Meantime, tsunami advisories are in effect for the prefectures of Hokkaido, Aomori, Akita, Kyoto, Tottori, Shimane, Yamaguchi, Fukuoka, Saga, and Nagasaki prefectures. JMA officials continue to urge caution. The National Police Agency says that 2 people in Nanao City, Ishikawa Prefecture, suffered cardiac arrest following the earthquake. The city of Wajima in Ishikawa Prefecture observed tsunami of more than 1.2 meters at 4:21 p.m. following the quake. The city of Kanazawa in Ishikawa Prefecture observed 90 centimeters. The city of Toyama in Toyama Prefecture reported tsunami of 80 centimeters. Yamagata Prefecture's Sakata City observed tsunami of 80 centimeters. Setana Port in Hokkaido reported a tsunami of 60 centimeters. Okushiri Island in the same prefecture observed tsunami of 50 centimeters. The city of Nanao, Ishikawa Prefecture, and Tsuruga City in Fukui Prefecture also observed tsunami of 50 centimeters. Tsunami are expected to repeatedly hit the coast and may become higher. Officials are asking people in areas under tsunami warnings to evacuate immediately, move to higher ground, and get as far away as possible from the coast. Officials in Wajima City say a fire broke out in the center of the city. We're waiting for more details on the situation. Reports of injuries and damage continue to come in. Fire departments and hospitals have told NHK that as of 7 p.m., multiple people were injured in Ishikawa, Niigata, and Fukui prefectures. Reports say they were hit by falling objects or suffered broken bones. Officials are trying to determine the extent of the damage and mount rescue operations, but the full extent of the disaster remains unclear. In areas where tsunami warnings have been issued, residents are evacuating to higher ground and elsewhere. The meteorological agency says that at least 49 jolts have been observed in the Noto region, Ishikawa Prefecture, between 4 and 8 p.m., following the 4:10 p.m. earthquake. An official at a hospital in Suzu City in Ishikawa Prefecture says those injured in the earthquake have been brought there. Some doctors have been unable to reach the hospital due to road damage. The official also says the hospital is operating with a backup generator. Medical staff at another hospital in Wajima City have been treating patients in a parking area at the facility. Reports of earthquake damage continue to come in. Police in the city of Himi in Toyama Prefecture say that they've received reports of cracks in roads at several locations. An official at the municipality of Oyabe, also in Toyama Prefecture, received several reports of broken water pipes. In areas where tsunami warnings have been issued, residents are evacuating to higher ground and other places of safety. Officials in Nomi City in Ishikawa Prefecture say that as of 5:30 p.m., about 100 people had taken refuge in the city hall's main building. In Yamagata Prefecture, about 2,000 people have been evacuated to facilities such as local city offices. Hokuriku Electric Power Company says it has shut down 2 generators at its Nanao Ota Thermal Power Plant in Nanao City in Ishikawa Prefecture. Officials of Japan's industry ministry say about 34,000 households in Ishikawa, Niigata, and Toyama prefectures are without power as of 5:30 p.m. local time. Meanwhile, no damage has been reported to city gas, LP gas, oil refineries, or gas stations for the moment. Ministry officials are working to determine the extent of the damage. East Japan Railway Company says operation of the Akita Shinkansen line was suspended at around 5 p.m. local time. The Hokuriku Shinkansen and Joetsu Shinkansen lines have also partially halted service and will suspend some of their services for the rest of the day. It's not known whether services will resume on Tuesday for the 2 lines. Japan's Nuclear Regulation Authority says a blast and a burnt odor were observed near the power transformer of the number 2 reactor of the Shika nuclear power plant in Ishikawa Prefecture. The operator says function using the transformer is currently unavailable. They also say the transformer at the number 1 reactor is also offline due to an oil spill. But the plant operator says that both reactors at number 1 and number 2 can function properly by using an emergency diesel generator in the event of the loss of external power. Japan's major telecom carriers say they're suffering service disruptions in the prefectures hit by the earthquakes. NTT Docomo says its voice calls and data services are not available or have been difficult to use in some areas in Ishikawa and Niigata prefectures. Its fiber optic internet and IP phone services are also being disrupted in some parts of Ishikawa Prefecture. SoftBank and Rakuten Mobile also say their services are seeing similar disruptions in some areas in Ishikawa and Niigata prefectures. KDDI says its services have been affected in some areas in Ishikawa Prefecture. Fixed line carrier NTT West also says its internet and IP phone services may not be available in some areas of Ishikawa Prefecture. There are concerns that emergency phone services are also down. NTT West says its telecom facilities have been damaged by the earthquake. Weather authorities in South Korea say they've observed tsunami on the Sea of Japan coast. The authorities say further waves could come and last longer. The country's public broadcaster is urging people in coastal areas to evacuate to higher ground. Meanwhile, authorities in Russia and North Korea have been urging residents to stay on the alert. Japan's meteorological agency has called on people to be cautious and to remain on the alert. An official said the tremors caused by the earthquake have spread to a wider area.
The temporary figure shows the magnitude was 7.6 and the epicenter was 16 kilometers deep. The initial figure indicated the epicenter was shallow, but it was actually 16 kilometers deep according to the temporary figures. From 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., 59 quakes with an intensity of 1 was observed. 1 quake registering intensity 7, 3 upper 5 quakes with an intensity of lower 5, 14 quakes with an intensity of 4.
And here's some more information. Fire department officials in Ishikawa Prefecture's Wajima City say they've received reports of a building that has collapsed and more than 50 homes have been flattened by the quake. They say there are also reports of people trapped under rubble. And here's some information on air transportation. 15 ANA flights to and from Noto, Komatsu, Niigata, and Shonai airports and 9 JAL flights to and from Komatsu and Niigata airports have been canceled. And here's some information on tsunami waves that have already reached the coast. Tsunami waves of over 1.2 meters have reached Ishikawa Prefecture's Wajima City at 4:21 p.m. Tsunami waves of 90 centimeters have reached Ishikawa Prefecture's Kanazawa port, and waves of 80 centimeters have been recorded in Toyama City and Yamagata Prefecture's Sakata port. If you are in these areas, evacuate as quickly as possible. Waves have already reached the coast. And tsunami waves have reached the coast in these areas as well. Waves of 60 centimeters have reached Hokkaido Prefecture's Setana Port, Tottori Prefecture's Sakai Minato City Sakai Port, Hokkaido Prefecture's Okushiri Island, Okushiri Port, and these areas have recorded 50 centimeters. Ishikawa Prefecture's Nanao Port and Fukui Prefecture's Tsuruga Port. These areas have recorded 40-centimeter tsunami waves. That's Niigata Prefecture's Kashiwazaki City, Yamagata Prefecture's Tobishima Island, Hyogo Prefecture's Toyooka City, and Kyoto Prefecture's Maizuru Port. These areas recorded 30 centimeters of tsunami wave heights. That's Niigata Prefecture,
津波観測に関する情報。1日午後11時48分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。利尻洞窟型港 0.3 メートル、秋田 0.3 メートル、石狩湾新港 0.2 メートル、唐津港 0.1 メートル、玄海町刈谷 0.1 メートル、
Tottori Prefecture's Iwami Town, Hokkaido Prefecture's Rishiri Island, and Nagasaki Prefecture's Tsushima Island, Hitakatsu. The following areas recorded 10-centimeter tsunami waves. Hokkaido Prefecture's Otaru City, Oshoro, and Hokkaido Prefecture's Ishikari Bay, Newport, and waves of a few centimeters have been recorded at Hokkaido's Okushiri Island, Matsue. If you are in these areas, please stay alert. Waves can hit repeatedly
earthquake
and
of
get
maximum
higher.
measured intensity
During
of
the
3
2011
occurred.
Great East Japan earthquake, tsunami of over 10 meters struck after initial waves measured far below a meter. So do not underestimate their strength. Continue to evacuate until all warnings are lifted. And we have tsunami predictions of how high the waves will be. Waves of 3 meters are expected to impact these areas: Yamagata Prefecture, Niigata Prefecture's Jochu Kaetsu regions, Sado Island, Toyama Prefecture, Ishikawa Prefecture's Noto region, Ishikawa Prefecture's Kaga region, Fukui Prefecture, Northern Hyogo Prefecture. The highest tsunami observed so far is 1.2 meters, but the JMA is warning that higher waves of up to 3 meters could hit the coasts under a tsunami warning. Those are the areas indicated in red on the screen. And if you're in the affected areas, evacuate as
午後
quickly
11
as
時
you
50
can.
分
Your
頃、
life
最
could
大
be in
震度
danger
3を
if you
観
do
測する
not.
地震がありました。現在、
Continue
津
to
波予
evacuate
報
as
等を
long as
発
the
表
warning
中
is
で
in
す。
place.
震
Head to
源
the
地は
highest
石
possible
川県能
ground
登地
right
方。
away. If
震
there are
源の
no
深さは
raised
10キロ。
locations around you, go
地
far
震の
away
規模
from
を
the
示す
coast
マグ
or
ニチュード
high
は
up tall
3.7
stable
と
buildings.
推定されて
Do
いま
not
す。
hesitate or
こ
stop
の地
or
震
go
で
back to
最
where
大
you
震度
came
3
from.
を石川
Call on
県能
others
登
to evacuate
で
as
観測
well.
しました。
Tsunami can be higher than you expect. They can run up slopes and gush inland. They can also hit repeatedly and grow in size. So do not let your guard down and keep evacuating until authorities say it is safe to return home. We now go to our domestic broadcast with simultaneous interpretation.
Around a little past 4 p.m. today, major earthquake hit Ishikawa, and the JMA issued tsunami warning for Joetsu, Kaetsu, Niigata, in Niigata, Joetsu, Chuetsu, Kaetsu regions, as well as Sado. And the expected height of the wave in this area is 3 meters high. And in some areas, the waves may have already reached. The local government has convened the emergency response team, and they met for the first time in Nagaoka and Joetsu. The total of 14 people sustained injuries. In Joetsu City, 4 people sustained injuries.
According to the disaster headquarters in Nakamonzen, woman in 90s fell with the shock of the earthquake, and she was taken to the hospital unconscious. At around same time in Kamoshima, a 68-year-old woman, was taken to the hospital, and this is also seemed to be the shock of the earthquake. A woman of 83-year-old woman sustained injury, and also 86-year-old woman fell from the stairs and sustained injury. In Itoigawa City, 4 people have sustained injury. And in Nagaoka City, a man in the 70s sustained injury with the fallen furniture. And also in Gosen, a man sustained injury because of the fallen furniture. And in Kashiwazaki, a teenager sustained injury with a fallen toaster. And according to Japan Coast Guard, at around 7:40 p.m., a fishing vessel was found to be sinking. So far, there is no report or confirmation about the human injury or human damages, but right now they're checking around the area. And also in Nishi Ward in Niigata City, there are cracks in the roads, and in Kashiwazaki, part of the roads have been suspended. And I am heading towards the Haksan station in Niigata, and as you can see, there are water covering the road. And part of it, you can see it's covered with sand. In the residential area in Chuo ward of Niigata City, part of the road has caved in, and there was a pool formed, and also water covered the roads, and also part of it was bulked. And also in Toigawa and Agano, several concrete blocked walls have collapsed. And the governor says that calling on the people not to get close to the broken buildings or broken block walls. And this person says that she was very scared, and this person says that she was so surprised to find out that the intensity was 5, and she immediately thought that she has to evacuate. In Kashiwazaki and in Kariwa village, there is Kashiwazaki Kariwa nuclear power plant, and it has suspended the operation for a long time. But as of 5:45 p.m., there have been no impact because of the earthquake and tsunami have been confirmed. And the cooling of the pool is going on. And according to JR, between Echigo Yuzawa Niigata in Joetsu Shinkansen and between Nagano and Kanazawa of the Hokkaido Shinkansen, the operation and service will be suspended. And also, JR says that other services could also be suspended because of the checking, and calling on the people to check the latest information with the homepage. And for the local lines in Echigo, Tokimeki, Tetsudo, and Hokoku Line, all of the services have suspended, and there is not knowing when the service will resume. And for the expressway between Maruoka Interchange and Niigata Chuo Junction for Hokurikudo, and for Nihonkai Tokaido between Niigata Chuo Junction and Arakawa Tainai Interchange, and for the Kanetsu between Nagaoka Junction and Koide Interjunction, and for Joshietsu between Joetsu Junction and Shinanomachi Interchange, they are all closed off for the traffic. And for the flight, all the flights which depart and arrive to and from Niigata Airport will be suspended. For Lifeline, according to Tohoku Power Plant Power Company Network, there are about 560 households which are suffering from the power shortage, and 300 in Kashiwazaki, 200 in Joetsu, and 60 in Niigata suffering from power shortage. But there are no abnormalities in any facilities, and the gas is continued to be supplied according to the Hokurik gas. But there are also cases which there are gas leakage, and the company is calling on people to check the homepage to resume the service.
The GMA is about to give a press conference now. We're starting the press conference provided by Japanese Meteorological Agency. We are making a correction on the measurement of the quake that occurred around 11 p.m. tonight. We originally said 7 as the scale of as the intensity of the quake, but then we're now correcting it to 3.
午後11時58分頃、最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発
We're
表中です。
investigating why the
震源地
misreading
は能登半
or the
島沖。
announcement of the wrong
震源
measurement
の
was
深さは10キロ。
was made.
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.7 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度3を石川県能登。
If you look at the in terms of the wrong measurements that were announced at 16:10, the maximum quake at the maximum intensity of 7.6 occurred, and it was announced. Now, at that point, we released the first reading of the quake at around 16:14. And you have the summary of that quake, the handout. For the quake that occurred at 20:05, around 23:23, the epicenter was in Sado, and the depth of the epicenter was 10 kilometers, and the intensity was magnitude 4.6. That was an estimated intensity of the quake. And we released the first reading of the quake accordingly. Now, for the correct information, we're making a correction. We've written down the corrected reading of the quake at around that occurred around 11 p.m. tonight in this handout. Again, the initial reading that we released was 7, but then we corrected it to 3. That's all from me. All right, question time. I am joined by the social affairs reporter. We just saw the JMA's press conference. So at 11 p.m., around 11 p.m. yesterday, they first initially released the intensity of 7, but then corrected to 3. So what's going on here?
This is NHK Newsline. We continue our coverage of the earthquake and tsunami situation along the Sea of Japan coast. A widespread tsunami warning remains in effect along the Sea of Japan after a magnitude 7.6 earthquake struck Ishikawa Prefecture shortly after 4 p.m. on Sunday. 地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.3 と推定されています。
The
Japanese seismic scale. The meteorological agency says earthquakes of similar intensity will remain a possibility for about a week, and especially in the next 2 to 3 days. The agency says tsunami warnings are in effect for the prefectures of Ishikawa, Niigata, Toyama, Yamagata, Fukui, and Hyogo, all on the Sea of Japan side. The JMA is asking people in these areas to keep evacuating to higher ground. And tsunami advisories remain for the prefectures of Hokkaido, Aomori, Akita, Kyoto, Tottori, Shimane, Yamaguchi, Fukuoka, Saga, and Nagasaki prefectures. Residents are urged to exercise caution and stay away from coasts. The National Police Agency says 2 people in the city of Nanao, Ishikawa Prefecture suffered cardiac arrest following the quake. The city of Wajima reported tsunami over 120 centimeters at 4:21 p.m. Japan time. The city of Kanazawa recorded tsunami of 90 centimeters. Tsunami are expected to repeatedly hit the coast and may become higher. Officials are asking people in areas under tsunami warnings and warnings to evacuate immediately, move to higher ground, and get as far away as possible from the coast. Officials in Wajima City say a fire broke out in the center of the city. We are waiting for more details on that situation. Reports of injuries and damage continue to come in. Fire departments and hospitals have told NHK that as of 7 p.m., multiple people were injured in the prefectures of Ishikawa, Niigata, and Fukui. Reports say they were hit by falling objects or suffered broken bones. Authorities are trying to determine the extent of the damage and mount rescue operations. The meteorological agency says that following the 7.6 earthquake, more than 50 jolts have been observed in the region.
An official at a hospital in Suzu, Ishikawa Prefecture, says people injured in the earthquake have been brought there. Some doctors have been unable to reach the hospital due to damaged roads. The official also says the hospital is operating with a backup generator. Medical staff at another hospital in the city of Wajima have been treating patients in a parking area. Reports of damage continue to come in. In the neighboring prefecture of Toyama, police in the city of Himi say they have received reports of cracks in roads at several locations. A city official in Oyabe received several reports of broken water pipes. Officials in Ishikawa's Nomi City say that about 100 people were taking refuge in the city's hall's main building at one point. In Yamagata Prefecture, about 2,000 people have been evacuated to facilities such as local city offices. Hokuriku Electric Power Company says it has shut down 2 generators at its Nanao-Ota thermal power plant in Nanao City in Ishikawa Prefecture. Officials say about 34,000 households in Ishikawa, Niigata, and Toyama prefectures were without power as of 5:30 p.m. Meanwhile, no damage has been reported to city gas, LP gas, oil refineries, or gas stations for the moment. Authorities are working to determine the extent of the damage. East Japan Railway Company says operations of the Akita Shinkansen line were suspended at around 5 p.m. The Hokuriku Shinkansen and Joetsu Shinkansen lines have also partially halted service and will suspend some of their lines for the rest of the day. It is not known whether service will resume on Tuesday on the 2 lines. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a blast and a smell of something burning were observed at the Shika nuclear power plant in Ishikawa Prefecture. The operator says functions using the transformer are currently unavailable. But the plant operator says that the 2 nuclear reactors at the plant can function properly using alternative systems. Japan's major telecom carriers say they are suffering service disruptions in the prefectures hit by the earthquakes. Fixed line carrier NTT West also says its internet and IP phone services may not be available in some areas of Ishikawa Prefecture. There are concerns that emergency phone services are also down. The company says its telecom facilities have been damaged by the earthquake. Tsunami are also a risk in neighboring countries. Weather authorities in South Korea say they have observed tsunami on the Sea of Japan coast. The authorities say further waves could come and last longer. The country's public broadcaster is urging people in coastal areas to evacuate to higher ground. Meanwhile, authorities in Russia and North Korea have been urging residents to stay on the alert. Back in Japan, fire department officials in Ishikawa Prefecture's Wajima City say they received reports a building has collapsed and that more than 50 homes have been flattened by the quake. They say there are also reports of people trapped under rubble. Here's information on air transportation. 15 ANA flights to and from Noto, Komatsu, Niigata, and Shonai airports, and 9 JAL flights to and from Komatsu and Niigata airports have been canceled. And these are the latest on tsunami observation. Wajima City in Ishikawa Prefecture saw tsunami waves of over 1.2 meters reach their coasts. Kanazawa Port 90 centimeters, 80 centimeters for Toyama City, Sakata Port, Sakata Port, and 60 centimeters for Setana Port, Sakai Minato City's Sakai Port, and 50 centimeters for Okushiri Island's Okushiri Port, Nanao Port, and Tsuruga Port. 40 centimeters tsunami has been observed in Kashiwazaki City, Tobishima Island, Toyooka City, Maizuru Port. Niigata Port, Oki Island, Saigo Port, Fukaura Port, Esashi Town, Sado City's Washizaki, Hamada Port, Iwanai Town in Hokkaido, Akita Port, and Rishiri Island. They saw 30-centimeter tsunami reach their coasts. And 20 centimeters for Iwami Town, Tsushima Island's Hitakatsu, and Ishikari Bay New Port. 10 centimeters were observed in Karatsu Port, Genkai Town, Otaru City's Oshoro. And a few centimeters was observed in Okushiri Island's Matsue. But please stay alert. Remember, waves can hit repeatedly and get higher. During the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, tsunami of over 10 meters struck after initial waves measured far below a meter. So do not underestimate their strength. Continue to evacuate until all warnings are lifted. A tsunami warning is in place for Yamagata Prefecture, Niigata Prefectures, Jotsu Kaetsu regions, Sado Island, Toyama Prefecture, Ishikawa Prefecture's Noto region, and Ishikawa Prefecture's Kaga region. Also, Fukui Prefecture and Northern Hyogo Prefecture are all under a tsunami warning. The highest tsunami observed so far is 1.2 meters, but the JMA is warning that higher waves of up to 3 meters could still hit the coast under a tsunami warning. So if you are in any of these areas, continue to evacuate and stay there until you are told it is safe to go home and until all warnings are lifted. Head to the highest possible ground right away. If there are no raised locations around you, go far away from the coast or high up tall, sturdy buildings. Do not hesitate or stop or go back to where you came from. Call on others to evacuate as well. And continue to evacuate as long as the warning is in place. And tsunami can be higher than you expect. They can run up slopes and gush inland. They can also hit repeatedly and grow in size. So do not let your guard down and keep evacuating until authorities say it is safe to return home. Now let's get more information from our domestic service with simultaneous interpretation.
津波観測に関する情報。2日午前0時13分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。
And the 6 plus was observed in Nanao and Wajima and Suzuki and Hanamizu, and 6 minus was observed in Toyama, and also in Niigata and Toyama, Gifu, and prefectures. Intensity 5 plus was observed, and in other places, intensities from 1 to 4 were observed. Also, long-term wave was observed as well. We have a new report coming in of the arrival of the new tsunami in Hokkaido, Rishiri Island at 11:45, 30 centimeter high, and in Sagaken, Genkai, in 11:54, 10 centimeter high wave was observed. In the middle of Nagano Prefecture, the
地震情報。午前0時13分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は富山湾。震源の深さはごく浅い。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.4 と推定されています。
This time's quake was named as 2024 Noto major earthquake. People in the affected areas are advised to stay safe and also watch out for the falling objects as well as the rainfall going forward. And people are advised also to stay alert for the next week, particularly for the next 2 to 3 days.
As we have been reporting, the tsunami wave was observed, and since 4 p.m., tsunami waves have been observed in many places in Japan. This footage was taken in Shikamachi in Ishikawa Prefecture right after the first jolt. You can see that the concrete block fences have collapsed. And in Anamizumachi, Ishikawa Prefecture, you can see that this footage was taken right after the earthquake. And you can see the car and also the buildings on both sides were shaking very strongly. And the person says that the shake was so intense that he could hardly stand. And this this photo is the road that is near the interchange, and you can see that many places and many parts of the roads have been caved in, and it's just impassable. This was taken in Yanao City in Ishikawa Prefecture. The building has collapsed and it has completely blocked the road. The person who took this says that when she evacuated, she found the neighbor building completely collapsed. And this is in Kaga City in Ishikawa Prefecture, and you can see the water coming out from the fishbowl. This is Tonami City in Ishikawa, and this was taken right after the earthquake. And you can see the big wave of the river. And the person who took this says that the jolt was so strong that she could feel it even though she was inside the car. And there are many reports of damages in Suzu. This was taken from the Suzu City office in Ishikawa, and you can see that the dust coming out from a part, and there are many reports that many people are trapped inside the collapsed buildings. At around 4:30 in Itoigawa, Niigata Prefecture. The wave that seems to be tsunami hit the wall and is moving upward from downstream to upstream. At around 5:40, this was taken near the port of Shikamachi, and the tsunami wave is coming from the right-hand side, and it has hit the seawall strongly. This is the residential area near the Kanazawa University, and the slope of the residential area has collapsed, and at least 2 houses have tilted from the foundation. And this is a parking area in Uchinada town, and you can see that in the roads there are many cracks. In the central area of Wajima City, a fire broke out, and according to the footage taken around 7 p.m., you can see that smoke coming out and red flames also coming out. The fire seems to have come out from a house, and right now they are checking whether there are any human damages. Upper 5 jolt was observed in Fukui Prefecture, Awara City. This man says that there's never experienced such New Year holiday, and it's so cold outside. This was taken shortly before 7 p.m. Nishi Ward in Niigata. You can see all the water and dust and mud covering the road. Also, there are cracks in the roads and also some rising in the roads. And the person who took this photo said that he has never seen this before and so much surprise. Now, all the damages so far. NHK collected information from the local governments and hospitals as of 11 p.m. in Ishikawa, Niigata, Fukui, Toyama, Gifu in 5 prefectures. 2 people are suffering from cardiopulmonary arrest, and many people are suffering from injuries. And there are also people trapped inside the collapsed buildings.
And the police says that in Nanao City of Ishikawa Prefecture, 2 women were found without vital signs. The Wajima Fire Station says that the lacquerware manufacturing company's building collapsed, destroying the neighboring building. And under that collapsed building, 2 people are being reported to be trapped. And also, some of the residents are also trapped in other collapsed houses, unable to evacuate on their own. In Hakui City, the elderly man was rescued but then sustained a very serious injuries. In Suzu City, people are trapped under the collapsed buildings, and the fighters are trying to grasp the whole picture. There was another case of elderly people trapped under the rubble. In Noto town, in the elderly house called Cosmos, due to the earthquake, the 2 elderly people sustained cuts to their heads, but then they've been treated. In Nonoichi City, a girl close to 10 years of age has sustained a minor injury. Also, there have been reports of injuries, including broken bones and the cuts to the heads. And many people have been brought to the local hospitals as a result of the earthquake-inflicted injuries. And the Itoigawa City's Ichiburi port, 1 fishing boat was found as sinking from above the air. But the official hasn't received any update on the human damages as well as the boat's damages. And they're trying to get the picture of the situation. There was another case reported of head injury, and the total of 4 cases of injuries were reported. In Joetsu City, at least 2 people sustained injuries. The emergency response team says that 83-year-old woman fell as she tried to flee from the home. Also, 86-year-old woman fell from the stairs as she tried to get out of the house. Also, 29-year-old man sustained injuries from the falling furnitures. In Kashiwazaki, 4-year-old sustained injury to her head from the falling toasters. In Araga, a woman in her 90, and her shoulder was hit with the falling objects, and she sustained injuries. And another man sustained a minor injury to his hip from the falling objects. And another minor injury was also reported. In Toyama, at least 11 cases of injuries have been reported, including 3 serious. In Toyama City, the ceiling of the pachinko parlor fell, inflicting injuries to 8 people, of which 3 sustained very serious injuries. And also, a woman in her house was injured by the falling furniture. In Takaoka, a young woman sustained minor injury from the falling object. In Gifu Prefecture, in Ogaki City, a woman in her 50s fell because of the tremors, and she was transported to the local hospital. In terms of the damages to the roads and the houses in Ishikawa Prefecture, Nanao police says that they received several calls reporting landslides and the houses collapsing. And also, Suzu police says that calls to assist people trapped underneath the rubble have been made by 5 p.m.
午前0時24分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さはごく浅い。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.7 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum
a
measured
3-meter
intensity of
long
2 occurred.
steel material which is attached to the ceiling in a commercial facility has dropped. And there are no person who sustained injury. In Niigata Prefecture, according to Niigata City, in many wide areas in Chuo City, Chuo Ward and Nishi Ward, they are reports of liquefaction and also sinking of the roads. And also there is a road sinking in Kariwa village as well. In Myoko and Itoigawa cities, part of the houses have collapsed, and also there are a collapse of the concrete block fences. Now the impact of the transportation. In Joyce Shinkansen between Ichigo-Yuzawa and Niigata, in Hokuriku Shinkansen between Nagano and Kanazawa, the service has suspended on January the 1st, but also on the 2nd, January 2nd, the service will be suspended at least for the morning until noon. And also the service could be suspended in the afternoon as well. And also for the flight, there are canceled flights or cancel scheduled flights between in Ishikawa, Niigata, Yamagata. And Japan Airlines, they have decided to cancel one flight between Ishikawa and Tokyo. And the airliners say that asking to get an update information with the homepage. Now, we have the latest information from each station. Now, this is Nagoya. As we have been reporting, there was an earthquake with the focus of the Noto region in Ishikawa, and many tsunami evacuation warnings have been issued, and this is still in place. And the tsunami waves have already reached in some areas.
津波観測に関する情報。2日午前0時27分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。岩内港 0.4 メートル、留萌 0.2 メートル。
This is NHK Newsline. We continue our coverage of the earthquake and tsunami situation along the Sea of Japan coast. A widespread tsunami warning remains in effect along the Sea of Japan after a magnitude 7.6 earthquake struck Ishikawa Prefecture shortly after 4 p.m. on Sunday. The major tremor registered the highest intensity of 7 on Japan's seismic scale. The meteorological agency says earthquakes of similar intensity will remain a possibility for about a week, and especially in the next 2 or 3 days. The agency says tsunami warnings are in effect for the prefectures of Ishikawa, Niigata, Toyama, Yamagata, Fukui, and Hyogo, all on the Sea of Japan side. The JMA is asking people in these areas to keep evacuating to higher ground. And tsunami advisories remain for the prefectures of Hokkaido, Aomori, Akita, Kyoto, Tottori, Shimane, Yamaguchi, Fukuoka, Saga, and Nagasaki prefectures. Residents are urged to exercise caution and to stay away from the coasts. The National Police Agency says that 2 people in the city of Nanao, Ishikawa Prefecture, suffered cardiac arrest following the quake. The city of Wajima reported tsunami over 120 centimeters at 4:21 p.m. The city of Kanazawa recorded tsunami of 90 centimeters. Tsunami are expected to repeatedly hit the coast and may become higher. Officials are asking people in areas under tsunami warnings to evacuate immediately, move to higher ground, and get as far away as possible from the coast. Officials in Wajima City say a fire broke out in the center of the city. We're waiting for more details on that situation. Reports of injuries and damage continue to come in. Fire departments and hospitals have told NHK that as of 7 p.m., multiple people were injured in the prefectures of Ishikawa, Niigata, and Fukui. Reports say they were hit by falling objects or suffered broken bones. Authorities are trying to determine the extent of the damage and mount rescue operations. The meteorological agency says that following the 7.6 earthquake, more than 50 jolts have been observed in the region. An official at a hospital in Suzu, Ishikawa Prefecture, says people injured in the earthquake have been brought there. Some doctors have been unable to reach the hospital due to damage to road. The official also says the hospital is operating with a backup generator. Medical staff at another hospital in the city of Wajima have been treating patients in a parking area. Reports of damage continue to come in. In the neighboring prefecture of Toyama, police in the city of Himi say that they've received reports of cracks in roads at several locations. A city official in Oyabe received several reports of broken water pipes. Officials in Ishikawa's Nomi city say that about 100 people were taking refuge in the city hall's main building at one point. In Yamagata Prefecture, about 2,000 people have been evacuated to facilities such as local city offices. Hokuriku Electric Power Company says it has shut down 2 generators at its Nanao Ota Thermal Power Plant in Nanao City in Ishikawa Prefecture. Officials say about 34,000 households in Ishikawa, Niigata, and Toyama prefectures were without power as of 5:30 p.m. Meanwhile, no damage has been reported to city gas, LP gas, oil refineries, or gas stations for the moment. Authorities are working to determine the extent of the damage. East Japan Railway Company says operations of the Akita Shinkansen line were suspended at around 5 p.m. The Hokuriku Shinkansen and Joetsu Shinkansen lines have also partially halted service and will suspended some of their lines for the rest of the day. It's not known whether service will resume on Tuesday on the 2 lines. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a blast and the smell of something burning were observed at the Shika nuclear power plant in Ishikawa Prefecture. The operator says functions using the transformer are currently unavailable. But the plant operator says that the 2 nuclear reactors at the plant can function properly using alternative systems. Japan's major telecom carriers say they're suffering service disruptions in the prefectures hit by the earthquakes. Fixed line carrier NTT West also says its internet and IP phone services may not be available in some areas of Ishikawa Prefecture. There are concerns that emergency phone services are also down. The company says its telecom facilities have been damaged by the earthquake. Tsunami are also a risk in neighboring countries. Weather authorities in South Korea say they've observed tsunami on the Sea of Japan coast. The authorities say further waves could come and last longer. The country's public broadcaster is urging people in coastal areas to evacuate to higher ground. Meanwhile, authorities in Russia and North Korea have been urging residents to stay on the alert. And back in Japan, fire department officials in Ishikawa Prefecture's Wajima City say they've received reports a building has collapsed and more than 50 homes have been flattened by the quake. And here's information on air transportation. 15 ANA flights to and from Noto, Komatsu, Niigata, and Shonai airports, and 9 JAL flights to and from Komatsu and Niigata airports have been canceled. And now we have the latest information on tsunami observations. Waves have already reached the coast in the following places. Tsunami waves of over 1.2 meters were recorded at Ishikawa Prefecture's Wajima City, and waves of 90 centimeters hit Kanazawa Port. 80 centimeter waves were recorded at Toyama City and Sakata Port in Yamagata Prefecture. 60 centimeter waves reached Hokkaido Prefecture's Setana Port, Tottori Prefecture's Sakai Minato City Sakai Port, and waves of 50 centimeters were recorded in Hokkaido's Okushiri Island Okushiri Port, Ishikawa Prefecture's Nanao Port, and Fukui Prefecture's Tsuruga Port. Waves of 40 centimeters reached Niigata Prefecture's Kashiwazaki City, Yamagata Prefecture's Tobishima Island, Hyogo Prefecture's Toyooka City, Kyoto Prefecture's Maizuru Port, Hokkaido's Iwanai Town, and 30 centimeter waves have hit Niigata Port, Shimane Prefecture's Oki Island's Saigo Port, Aomori Prefecture's Fukaura Town, southern Hokkaido's Esashi Town, Niigata Prefecture's Sado City Washizaki, Shimane Prefecture's Hamada Port, Akita Port, Hokkaido's Rishiri Island, and Nagasaki Prefecture's Tsushima Island, Hitakatsu. Waves of 20 centimeters
津波観測に関する情報。2日午前0時37分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。岩内港 0.5 メートル。
And waves of 10 centimeters were recorded in Saga Prefecture's Genkai Town and Karatsu Port. Waves of a few centimeters were recorded in Hokkaido's Okushiri Island, Matsue. Please stay alert. Waves can hit repeatedly and get higher. During the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, tsunami of over 10 meters struck after initial waves measured far below a meter. So do not underestimate their strength. Continue to evacuate until all warnings are lifted. And here is information on estimated tsunami heights. These areas are under a tsunami warning, and waves of up to 3 meters are expected to reach the coast of Yamagata Prefecture, Niigata Prefecture's Jochu Kaetsu regions, Sado Island, Toyama Prefecture, Ishikawa Prefecture's Noto region, Ishikawa Prefecture's Kaga region, Fukui Prefecture, and northern Hyogo Prefecture. The highest tsunami observed so far is 1.2 meters, but the JMA is warning that higher waves of up to 3 meters could hit the coasts under these areas under a tsunami warning. If you're in the affected areas, evacuate as quickly as you can. Your life could be in danger if you do not. Continue to evacuate as long as the warning is in place. Head to the highest possible ground right away. If there are no raised locations around you, go far away from the coast or high up tall sturdy buildings. Do not hesitate or stop or go back to where you came from. Call on others to evacuate as well. Tsunami can be higher than you expect. They can run up slopes and gush inland. They can also hit repeatedly and grow in size. So do not let your guard down and keep evacuating until authorities say it is safe to return home. The areas in yellow on the screen are under a tsunami advisory. Waves of up to 1 meter are expected to hit these areas. If you are in these areas, you must stay away from coasts and river mouths. Keep away from coasts and river mouths, which could overflow. Remember that tsunami can hit repeatedly and grow in size. Do not approach bodies of water to check the situation. The areas under a tsunami advisory, once again, are indicated in yellow on the map. And we now go to our domestic broadcast for more information. Let's listen in with simultaneous interpretation.
It's not known whether the service will resume. Now for the expressway. In Hokuriku Expressway, from Maruoka Interchange to Niigata-Chuo Junction, from Nippon Tokaido Niigata-Chuo Junction and other junction, and Baetsudo for Niigata-Chuo Interchange to Tsugawa Interchange, and Kaetsudo between Nagaoka Junction and Koide Junction, and for Joshin-Etsudo between Joetsu Junction and Shinano-Machi Interchange, the roads it will be closed to the traffic. And also all the flights will be cancelled between to and fro Niigata. And for the lifeline, about 300 households are without power. And according to Hokuriku Gas, there are no information of the anomalies in the facilities, and the gas is continued to be supplied. And there are cases where there is a gas leakage, and also the safety device has been working. And so they are calling on people to check how to resume the service with homepage. And for the water service in Chuo, Nishi, and Konan wards in Niigata City, there are places which are suffering from water shortage. And also in 670 households in Sado, there is a water shortage. Nagaoka, Itoigawa, and Kariwamura village, there are areas which is suffering from the water shortage because of the repairing their water leakage.
NTT Docomo and SoftBank announced that their services have been disrupted totally or have been difficult to use. So these were the updates from Niigata. We got the latest on the tsunami waves that arrived on the coastal lines. There have been some waves higher than estimated that have arrived in Iwanaicho at 0:26 a.m. 30-centimeter wave was observed, and on the tsunami warning is still in effect on the coastal line of on the Japan coastline overall, and also on the tsunami warning and advisories are in effect on the yellow-colored as well as red-colored areas on the screen. Now we go live to Ishikawa. Intensity 6+ was registered in Nanao City in Ishikawa, and I'm now in Nanao City. I've traveled around for past 2 hours after I arrived at the earthquake site. I saw a car with the punctured tires, and other damages were very visible. That building, the wall fell off from the structure, and it's hanging by thread, but it's very, very dangerous. It could fall any moment. and underneath the collapsed walls are making a mountain, so to speak. This is a parking lot, but there was a car parked when the wall collapsed, and the car owner said that the windows of the back seats were broken, as well as there was a dent on the ceiling of the car, but there was no passenger inside the car. The car owner said that it was very, very fortunate that there was no one inside when the wall came off. It's such a very terrible New Year's Eve, but she said that she was relieved that there was no one inside the car when the wall came off. I'm in Nanao Fujimachi City in Ishikawa Prefecture. In the back, you can see the totally collapsed buildings, and you can see the structures of the house that are very visible. I started covering the stories past 5 here, and I saw here and there the broken windows of the house, as well as the collapsed houses, and also saw people taking a shelter inside their cars. I also heard a lot of sirens from the emergency cars. I talked to some neighbors here, and she said that she came to the vending machine to get some water because the water service was shut down, and she's expecting to spend a very, very worrying night. Now we have an update on Shinkansen service. JR says the Hokuriku Shinkansen has been suspended for the entire day yesterday, and they're planning to suspend the service in the morning hours today. However, there are still some passengers trapped, so to speak, in the Shinkansen cars that are not being able to move because of the quake. Inside the trains, they have the air conditioner as well as the foods, so they're in pretty good shape. The train bound for Tokyo from Kanazawa, there was an NHK reporter on board this train, and he said that the train is stalling, so to speak, between the two stations, between the two neighboring stations. And every time there was a tremor, the passengers seemed very worried. And the announcement was made a little before 8 o'clock, and that they would, as soon as they complete the checking, they will move to the near station. But then they haven't moved yet.
Food and water have been distributed to the passengers, but many of them seem to be very tired, and many of them are sleeping. All the passengers are inside the train, and I'm sure the space is very limited, but if you keep the same posture for a long time, you could be suffering from economy class syndrome. So make sure that you stretch time to time. And Prime Minister Kishida says that he will make sure that he will rescue all the people trapped in. And he held disaster management headquarters meeting. The Prime Minister says that Reiwa 6 Noto Peninsula earthquake has occurred, and he says that he likes to send his sympathy to all those people affected, and he says that he will take the lead in taking measures. And right now, they are trying to collect all the information on the ground, and also with the self-defense force airplane, he has sent Cabinet Office investigation team, and they've all arrived in Noto. And he says that with the governors and mayors, he talked directly over the phone. And Mr. Sakaguchi, Mayor Sakaguchi, says that this is an unprecedented damage. Or there are many roads that have been made impassable, and they're also suffering from the power shortage, and ask for the supplies to be sent. And also Mayor Izumiya said that there are many places which roads have been blocked, and there are places which the heavy machine could not come in, and it is just send supplies in from the major city. So he hopes that all those supplies will be sent in from sea.
津波観測に関する情報。
So the
2
earthquake
日午前
occurred
0時
right
49分
before
現
the
在、新たに
sunset.
観測された
So it
津
is
波の
quite
最大波の観
difficult
測
to
値をお
get
知
all
ら
the
せします。
information, but they will work throughout the night. And he says that he has instructed to get all the information throughout the night, and dispatching the self-defense force, and also dispatching the police and also the fire department for those. Because the roads have been blocked in very many places, it's very difficult. But all the people who are trapped inside the collapsed buildings will have to be rescued as quickly as possible. So Prime Minister says that he has instructed that all the measures to be taken and try to get and reach to the places. And this is a very cold season, and there are many things that needs to be supplied. For example, fuels and others. And he says that he instructed to send those things using the sea route. And since this is a very this is an emergency, says that he has decided to upgrade the level of the headquarters. And he says that based on the information that he will be getting throughout the night, he will hold a meeting at tomorrow morning, and then will directly explain what we will do to the reporters. As we have been reporting, an earthquake with the focus of Noto region in Ishikawa Prefecture occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday. And all the tsunami warnings are in place, and please remain evacuated to higher ground. And at around 8:30, the tsunami warning has been changed to the
能登半
tsunami
島沖で地震
caution or warning.
推定最大震度2
And those advisories are still in place. And the expected height is 3 meters. To defend your life, please evacuate to higher ground and also stay away from the coastal areas. The tsunami could be higher than expected height, and they could run up the hills and go inside, deep inside to the inland areas, and they could suddenly change. So please be on alert, and please get the latest information through radio and other means. And please evacuate to further places and higher places and remain there until all the warnings are been lifted. And also in other places, in Akita Prefecture, Aomori Prefecture, and Shimane Prefecture, Tottori Prefecture, Yamaguchi, Ikitsushima area, in Fukuoka, Saga Prefecture, there are tsunami advisories in place. And in Setana, 60 centimeters of tsunami was observed, and Okushiri Port, 50 centimeters of the tsunami was observed.
The media GMA says in Noto, the quake epicenter was in Noto City, and the depth of the epicenter is estimated to be 16 kilometers. And in Shikamachi, magnitude 7.5 earthquake was observed, and in Suzu, Wajima, 6 plus was observed, and in Notocho and Niigata, Nagaoka, 6 minus was observed, and in also Niigata, Toyama, Nagano, Gifu, in these 4 prefectures, 5 minus intensity was observed. The long period grand motion was also observed, and in level 3 quake was observed in Toya, Ishikawa, as well as level 2 quakes following the long period grand motion were observed in other neighboring areas. And also later on, the very strong jolt followed in Ishikawa Prefecture. The JMA says the major tsunami waves are being observed, and they're advising people to stay in a safe place until the warnings and advisories are lifted.
午前0時52分頃、最
There's a
大震度
heightened
2を観
risk
測
of
する地震があ
landslides
り
as
ま
well
し
in
た。
rainfall
現在、津波予報等を発表中です。
and particularly
震
in the
源地は
coming week
能登半島沖。
and
震源の
more
深さは10キ
particularly
ロ。
in the next
地
few
震の規
days,
模を示すマグニチュードは
people are advised to be,
3.4 と
to
推定されています。
be vigilant for
An
the
earthquake of maximum measured intensity of
other
2 occurred.
impacts caused by the earthquakes. And also the JMA announced that the reason why they corrected the measurement of the quake that hit Ishikawa around 11 p.m. Was that excuse me, their initial release was 7 on the intensity scale, but then 10 minutes later they corrected it to an intensity of 3 on the seismic scale, and they apologized consequently. And they also said that they're investigating the cause of the wrong measurement as well as the announcement, but they also said that they're allowed to have a leeway of 10 minutes to correct on the preliminary reading. They're also calling on people to take all measures and actions necessary to protect their lives. Again, the JMA announced that the earthquake that occurred around 11 p.m.
震度速報、最大震度は3です。
was of the magnitude of 7, but then later on corrected it to
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
and it took them 10 minutes to correct the wrong measurement to the right measurement. And the official says that they're investigating the cause of this release of the wrong information. And they also said that they're allowed 15 seconds to correct the initial release of the information. And they're also calling people to watch out for the quake that could that could reach the 7 intensity 7 in the coming week. And those of you who are getting ready to go to bed, we advise you
地震情
to
報、
put
午前
slippers,
0時
shoes,
57
anything
分
to cover
頃、
your
最大震度
feet
3を観
so
測
that
する地
you
震がありま
won't
した。
injure
現在、津波予報等を発
your
表中
feet
です。
when you
震
have
源地
to
は石川県能登地方。
leave the
震
room
源
for
の
the
深さは
following
10キロ。
because of the following
地
quakes.
震の規模を
And
示す
also,
マグニチュ
if
ード
you're
は
using
3.5 と
the
推定され
heaters,
ています。
please watch out
この
for
地
the
震で
fire.
最大震度
Make
3 を
sure to
石川県
extinguish
能
the
登
fire
で
properly.
観測し
And
ました。
also those of you who are staying in the bullet trains, you are advised to stretch your feet from time to time to avoid economy class syndrome. And we will get you updated on the more information as they come in.
This is NHK Newsline. We continue our coverage of the earthquake and tsunami situation on the Sea of Japan coast. A widespread tsunami warning remains in effect along the Sea of Japan after a magnitude 7.6 earthquake struck Ishikawa Prefecture shortly after 4 p.m. on Monday. Multiple casualties have been reported, including 2 people without vital signs. The major tremor registered the highest intensity of 7 on Japan's seismic scale. The meteorological agency says earthquakes of similar intensity will remain a possibility for about a week, and especially in the next 2 to 3 days. The agency says tsunami warnings are in effect for the following prefectures: Ishikawa, Niigata, Toyama, Yamagata, Fukui, and Hyogo. All of them are on the Sea of Japan. And tsunami advisories remain for these prefectures: Hokkaido, Aomori, Akita, Kyoto, Tottori, Shimane, Yamaguchi, Fukuoka, Saga, and Nagasaki. Residents are urged to exercise caution. Several cities in Ishikawa observed tsunamis. Wajima reported tsunami of over 120 centimeters, and Kanazawa recorded tsunami of 90 centimeters. Tsunami are expected to repeatedly hit the coast and may become higher. Officials are asking people in areas under tsunami warnings to evacuate immediately, move to higher ground, and get as far away as possible from the coast. City officials in Wajima say a fire broke out in the center of the city. We're waiting for more details on that situation. Police say 2 people in the city of Nanao, Ishikawa Prefecture, suffered cardiac arrest following the quake. NHK has learned from fire departments and hospitals that as of 11 p.m. on Monday, people were injured in the prefectures of Ishikawa, Niigata, Fukui, Toyama, and Gifu. They had reportedly been hit by items falling on them or had suffered broken bones. Also in Wajima, the fire department says it has received more than 50 reports of collapsed houses. They're also responding to reports of people trapped under the damaged buildings. Officials are trying to grasp the full extent of the damage. The meteorological agency says that following the magnitude 7.6 earthquake, it has observed more than 80 jolts in the region. A hospital in Suzu, Ishikawa Prefecture, reports it's treating patients injured in the earthquake. But some doctors have been unable to reach the hospital due to damaged roads. A hospital official says they're relying on a backup generator. Medical staff at another hospital in Wajima have been treating patients in a parking area. Reports of damage continue to come in. In the neighboring prefecture of Toyama, police in the city of Himi say that they've received reports of cracks in roads at several locations. A city official in Oyabe received several reports of broken water pipes. Officials in Ishikawa's Nomi city say that at one point about 100 people were taking shelter in City Hall. In Yamagata Prefecture, about 2,000 people have been evacuated to city offices and other facilities.
地震情報。
Electric Power Company says
午前
it's
1時
shut
1分
down
頃、
2 generators
最大震度
at
3を
its
観測する地震がありました。
Nanao Thermal
現在、
Power
津波
Plant
予
in
報
Nanao
等を発
City in
表中で
네.
Ishikawa
す。
Prefecture.
震源地は石川
Officials
県能
say
登地
tens
方。
of thousands of
震
households
源の
in
深さは
Ishikawa,
ごく浅い。
Niigata, and Toyama
地
prefectures
震の規模
are
を示
without
すマグニチュー
power.
ドは 3.6 と
East
推
Japan
定さ
Railway
れてい
Company
ます。
says
こ
operations
の
of
地
the
震で
Akita
最大震
Shinkansen
度
line
3
were
を
suspended
石
at
川県
around
能
5
登
An earthquake
p.m.
of
で
maximum
観測
measured
しました。
intensity
Hokuriku
of 3
Shinkansen
occurred.
and Joetsu Shinkansen lines have also partially halted service. It's not known whether service will resume on Tuesday on the 2 lines. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a blast and the smell of something burning were observed at the Shika nuclear power plant in Ishikawa Prefecture. The operator says functions using the transformer are currently unavailable. But the plant operator says that the 2 nuclear reactors at the plant can function properly using alternative systems. Japan's major telecom carriers say they're suffering service disruptions in the prefectures hit by the earthquakes. Fixed line carrier NTT West also says its internet and IP phone services may not be available in some areas of Ishikawa Prefecture. There are concerns that emergency phone services are also down. Tsunami are also a risk in neighboring countries. Weather authorities in South Korea say they've observed tsunami on the Sea of Japan coast. The authorities say further waves could come and last longer. The country's public broadcaster is urging people in coastal areas to evacuate to higher ground. Meanwhile, authorities in Russia and North Korea have been urging residents to stay on the alert. And here's information on air transportation. 15 ANA flights to and from Noto, Komatsu, Niigata, and Shonai airports, and 9 JAL flights to and from Komatsu and Niigata airports have been canceled. And we have information on tsunami waves that have already reached the coast. Tsunami waves of over 1.2 meters reached Ishikawa Prefecture's Wajima City. Waves of 90 centimeters hit Ishikawa Prefecture's Kanazawa Port, and waves of 80 centimeters reached Toyama City and Yamagata Prefecture's Sakata Port. 60-centimeter waves hit Hokkaido Prefecture's Setana Port and Tottori Prefecture's Sakai Minato City Sakai Port. Waves of 50 centimeters reached Hokkaido Prefecture's Okushiri Island Okushiri Port, Ishikawa Prefecture's Nanao Port, Fukui Prefecture's Tsuruga Port, and Hokkaido Prefecture's Iwanai Town. 40-centimeter waves reached Niigata's Kashiwazaki City, Yamagata Prefecture's Tobishima Island, Hyogo Prefecture's Toyooka City, Kyoto Prefecture's Maizuru Port, and waves of 30 centimeters were recorded at Niigata Port, Shimane Prefecture's Oki Island Saigo Port, Aomori Prefecture's Fukaura Town, southern Hokkaido's Esashi Town, Niigata Prefecture's Sado City Washizaki, Shimane Prefecture's Hamada Port, Akita Port, Hokkaido's Rishiri Island, and Nagasaki Prefecture's Tsushima Island Hitakatsu. Waves of 20 centimeters reached Tottori Prefecture's Iwami Town, Hokkaido's Rumoi Port, Hokkaido's Ishikari Bay New Port, and also Hokkaido's Otaru City. Waves of 10 centimeters reached Saga Prefecture's Karatsu Port and Saga's Genkai Town. Waves of a few centimeters were recorded at Hokkaido's Okushiri Island Matsue. Evacuate as quickly as possible. Waves have already reached the coast. And please stay alert. Waves can hit repeatedly and get higher. During the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, tsunami of over 10 meters struck after initial waves measured far below a meter. So do not underestimate their strength. Continue to evacuate until all warnings are lifted. And we have information on tsunami height predictions. Areas under a tsunami warning are expected to be impacted by waves of up to 3 meters for the following areas: Yamagata Prefecture, Niigata Prefecture's Jochu Kaetsu regions, Sado Island, Toyama Prefecture, Ishikawa Prefecture's Noto region, Ishikawa Prefecture's Kaga region, Fukui Prefecture, and northern Hyogo Prefecture. If you are in these areas, evacuate as quickly as you can. Your life could be in danger if you do not. Continue to evacuate as long as the warning is in place. Head to the highest possible ground right away. If there are no raised locations around you, go far away from the coast or high up tall, sturdy buildings. Do not hesitate or stop or go back to where you came from. Call on others to evacuate as well. Tsunami can be higher than you expect. They can run up slopes and gush inland. They can also hit repeatedly and grow in size, so do not let your guard down and keep evacuating until authorities say it is safe to return home. And we now go to our domestic broadcast for more information with simultaneous interpretation.
This person said that he has never experienced this, and he said he went outside, but it was very cold. This was taken shortly before 7 p.m. This is in Nishi Ward, Niigata City. You can see all the muds and water covering the road. The person who took this, he thought that this seems to be a liquefaction, and there were parts which have cracks and also some rises in the roads. And he said that he has never seen this before. Now, the damages, NHK gathered information to local governments and hospitals. And in 5 prefectures right now, 2 people are suffering from cardiopulmonary arrest. And also, there are reports which people are trapped inside the collapsed buildings. And according to the National Police Agency, in Nanao City in Ishikawa, there is a person who was hit by the fallen lantern, and he's suffering from the cardiopulmonary arrest. According to the Iwajima Fire Department, a building collapsed and which pushed down the neighboring building, and 2 people are trapped inside that next building. And there are also more than 50 reports which the houses have been collapsed. And there are reports that people are trapped there, and there's also a report that some people are unconscious. According to the fire department in Hakui City, an elderly man was rescued from the collapsed building, but he is suffering from a major injury. In Nonosu City, there are many reports which people are trapped inside the fallen buildings. Also in Shikamachi town, elderly woman is said to be trapped inside, and right now they're working to rescue that person. And according to a staff member for the elderly facility, 2 elderly people sustained injury in their heads, and they were treated by the nurse. In Nonoichi City, a young girl sustained injury in her head. And also in Wajima Hospital, there are many people who were taken into the hospital who are suffering from the broken bone fractures and also cuts. In Niigata Prefecture, according to local governments, in total 14 people are suffering from injuries. In Joetsu City, 4 people sustained injury. And according to the disaster headquarters, a 90-year-old woman fell after being shocked by the earthquake, and she was taken to hospital. And also 83-year-old woman sustained injury while evacuating, and also 86-year-old woman sustained injury falling from the stair. And in Nagaoka City, a man in 70s sustained injury from the fallen furniture. In Itoigawa City, in total 4 people sustained minor injuries. In Gosen City, a man sustained injury with the fallen furniture. And in Kashiwazaki, a toaster fell and hit a woman in her, a teenager woman. And according to the 9th Regional District Headquarters of the Japan Coast Guard, 1 fishing boat was spotted to be sank, and this was spotted by a patrolling airplane. But there is no information about the human injuries. But right now, they are checking the surrounding areas. In Fukui Prefecture, at least 6 people have sustained injury. And in Awara City, 90 women in 90s sustained injury in her shoulder. In Echizen town, a man in his 90 sustained minor injury. In Fukui City, a man in his 80s fell and sustained minor injury. And also 1 person fell sick and was taken to hospital. In Toyama Prefecture, at least 11 people sustained injury, and 3 of them serious injuries.
In the city of Toyama, the ceiling of the pachinko parlor fell on 8 people who sustained injuries, and 3 of them are very seriously injured. In Imizu City of Toyama Prefecture, Now we seem to have a breaking news. We seem to have a breaking news. The tsunami warning has been downgraded to tsunami advisory for Yamagata, Niigata, Jochu, Kaetsu regions, Sadocho region, Toyama, Fukui, Hyogo, northern part of Hyogo Prefecture. Again, the tsunami warning has been downgraded to tsunami advisory. Now, although it has been the warning has been downgraded to advisory, people are advised to stay away from the coastal areas as well as the river side. Yamagata, Niigata, Jochu, Kaetsu, Sado, Toyama, Ishikawa, in Noto City, Kaga, in Ishikawa, and these areas are now under the advisory for tsunami. On the Japan Sea coastal lines from northern Hokkaido to Kyushu area all the way down to Kyushu Island, the tsunami advisory is in effect. Again, the warning has been downgraded to advisory, but people are continuing to be advised to stay away from the coastal lines. And I'm joined by social affair reporter. The JMA for the 5 prefectures, they revised tsunami warnings to advisory. What's the situation here? Now, about 9 hours passed from the first initial major earthquake, and the JMA has been observing the situation very closely, and there are setbacks from tsunami waves coming back from Chinese continent, and other following tsunami waves are still watched for. However, the JMA decided that it's appropriate to revise the warning to advisory. People that have evacuated are advised to stay in safer place. And also people are advised never to get even closer to the coastal lines as well as the river mouths. Okay. Now it's about it's 1:18 midnight, and it's very, very cold outside. And please advise us on the points that
午前1時15分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さはごく浅い。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.7 と推定されています。
This morning was -2 in Wajima and 0 is forecast to be -2 in Wajima and 0 in other part of Ishikawa Prefecture. And with the cold temperature, people tend to get economy class syndrome very easily than with the warmer climate. So we advise those people who are taking shelter in any place to keep themselves warm and also drink water periodically, and also stretch their feet from time to time. And now turning the subject around, the JMA explained that the situation will remain serious. What should we watch for going forward? Very active seismic activities are still continuing, and the rescue operations are underway. And we expect the rescuers to be able to go into the areas that are that they are not able to now. Evacuees are advised to always plan for the safe routes as well as they are advised to take very good precaution to evacuate.
And so, as we have been reporting, warnings have been changed into advisory, but what should we be careful about? Oh, yes, right now, even as of this time, a tsunami is being observed. So, those who are evacuating, please continue to stay where you are and never get close to the coastal areas. That was a reporter, Wakabayashi. In Hakui police station in Ishikawa says that in Shikamachi, with intensity of 7, an elderly man who was trapped inside a collapsed building and later rescued and taken to hospital is now pronounced to have died. And also, elderly man who was rescued from a collapsed building is now is unconscious. According to the National Police Agency, with this earthquake, as of 10:20 p.m. in Ishikawa, 5 people suffering from cardiopulmonary arrest, and 1 person who fell under the fallen lantern, and also 2 others, and also a man in Shikamachi, a person who was found from the fallen furniture, all suffering from cardiopulmonary arrest. The National Police Agency has launched an emergency control disaster headquarters. And Prime Minister, in response to the earthquake, says that he will make all-out efforts in order to rescue all the victims. And he says that he held a disaster headquarters, and he will be consulting what to do based on the information that they will gather throughout the night. Prime Minister says that Reiwa 6 Noto Peninsula earthquake has occurred, and he will send his heartfelt sympathy to all those who are suffering. And he says that he will take the lead in making all the efforts and measures. And he says that right now all the people on the staff on the ground are gathering information. And also, he has dispatched the Cabinet Office investigation team, and they have arrived in Ishikawa. And also, he talked directly with governor, the mayors, and Mayor Sakashita says that this is an unprecedented, extensive damage, and all the power and water have been suspended, and also the cell phones are disrupted with the communication, and he asked for all the supplies. And Mayor Izumiya says that many buildings have collapsed, and also the roads are impassable, and so the heavy machine cannot go through. So it's just impossible to send in the supplies from Kanazawa, a city. So he says that he needs all the materials and supplies to be sent by
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.0 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度3を石川県能登
So the
で観
situation
測
is
しま
very
した。
difficult to gather all the information, but he says that he has instructed to gather all the information on the ground throughout the night. And also about dispatching the SD self-defense force, and also dispatching the police, and also fire department. The Prime Minister says that there are many difficulties because the roads are made impassable. But there are people who are trapped inside the collapsed buildings, and those people need to be rescued as quickly as possible. So he instructed that any measures, all the measures should be taken in order to arrive to the ground. And Prime Minister says that this is a very cold season, so all the supplies and all blankets and fuels and kerosene and other all those supplies need to be arrived, including use of the sea route. So he says that he has upgraded the disaster headquarters, and he says that he will take the lead. And Prime Minister says that utilizing all the information that will be gathered throughout the night, he will be holding a meeting tomorrow morning, and then he will meet the reporters to explain directly what measures will be taken.
And also, another area that has been impacted by the quakes are deliveries. And the parcels and all the goods that are supposed to be delivered are behind the schedule in areas in 5 prefectures affected by the quakes. Many vendors are suspending their delivery services, and cities such as Shikamachi, Anamizu, Noto, Suzu will be seeing the delay in delivery of the goods. And Ishikawa, Fukui, and one other prefecture will see the delay in delivery of letters as well as the parcels. And also in Yamagata, Hokkaido, and Hyogo, they are also seeing the delay in deliveries. Due to the major earthquake that's hit the Noto region in Ishikawa Prefecture, four prefectures, including Ishikawa, Toyama, Niigata, have decided to declare the state of emergency. And the quake that hit, the quake with the epicenter in Noto has inflicted extensive damages. And due to these very damaging earthquakes, Ishikawa, Toyama, Fukui, and Niigata have decided to seek the statewide support from the government. And the cities such as Nomishi, Tsubatamachi, and Uchinadamachi, Shikamachi, Odatsu, Shimizu, Nakanotomachi, Anamizumachi, Noto. The 17 cities and towns will be the subjects of the statewide support. And Myoko, Itoigawa, Joetsu, Sado, Minami Onoma, Izumozaki, 14 cities and towns are also targets of the support or aid from the central government. Kurabe, Tonami, Oyabe, Nanto, Imizu, Funahashi Village, Kamichi, Tateyama, Asahi, and 13 towns and cities and villages. And in Toyama Prefecture, 3 cities will be receiving the aid from the central government. And in these areas that are declared a state of emergency eligible for the central government's aid, the government will subsidize the cost for building the temporary housing as well as purchasing the necessary aid goods.
As we've been reporting, the Japan Meteorological Agency has downgraded all tsunami warnings to advisories. We'll have more information for you in the coming hours. I'm Yoshio Gasawara in Tokyo. Do stay with us. You're watching NHK World Japan.
Japan, a country of timeless wonder and mystery. Our spiritual journey begins.
So I've been living in Japan for about 7 years now, but I noticed that I haven't had enough really deep cultural experiences here. And so when I looked up a bunch of different things, I saw this Danjiri Matsuri. I thought it was really cool because it's kind of like Omikoshi, but how would I put this? It's like they put a shrine on a truck and they're just pulling it around the town, making a lot of noise, going a little bit crazy. And Japanese people are known for being very calm and tranquil. And this was a little bit different from what little I saw. I think that's very interesting to actually go into the event and experience it for myself.
Every autumn, the city of Kishiwada plays host to a heart-stopping festival. The stars are the Danjiri carts from each neighborhood.
地震情報。午前1時29分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.5 と推定されています。
The neighborhood of Honmachi still retains the atmosphere of an old castle town.
なんかすごいのが聞こえますね。あ、こんにちは。あ、こんにちは。これはだんじりですよね。
だんじりですね。
思ってたよりずいぶん大きいですね。貫禄があるって言いますかね。
昭和7年制作ですわ。もう90年ぐらい経ってるんですけどもね。できる限りね、このだんじり大事にずっと子供や孫の代まで引き継いでもらえたらなっていうのはずっと思ってますけどもね。
みんなにとってだんじりはなんかどういうものなの？
遊び道具。
遊び道具。でもみんなずいぶん楽しそうだね。
楽しみ道具。
楽しみ道具。いいね。
もうこんな自分からとりあえず子供らはもうだんじりにまずは慣れ親しんでいくっていうような感じですかね。僕らもちっちゃい時からずっとそんな感じでやってましたんで。
Each neighborhood has its own unique danjiri. There are nearly 80 in Kishiwada. This one was newly completed in 2022. Ueda Kazuhiro was born and raised here. Woodcarver Kawai Kenshin
津波観測に関する情報。2日午前1時29分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。壱岐島郷の浦港 0.2 メートル。
細かさよりもこの掘り物でも、やっぱり奥に行けば行くほど全体のバランスであったりとか、人物でも少しずつ小さくしてで遠近感を出す。すると実際よりももっと奥行きがあるように見えたりとか、そういう工夫もしてます。
どういう題材にして作ってますか？
激しい戦いの勇壮な場面っていうのを好む人がやっぱ多いんで、特に合戦も多いですかね。それでもやっぱり神話とか で源平の時代太平記太閤記の場面も入ってますし、もう合戦ものばっかりでもない。はい、
なるほどですね。
まあ、今でも岸和田にはだんじり大工さんでだんじりの彫刻師さんっていうのがいっぱいいてまして、やっぱりそんだけいっぱいいてるってことはみんな腕も競い合うわけで、ほんで町の人もよその隣の町に負けたないと、あんなええのんできたらうちももっとええの作ろうと、でお金もつぎ込むと、でまあ競い合うことで豪華になってきたんやと思います。
This danjiri took 3.5 years to complete. The cost of more than 100 million.
やっぱりね、みんながみんな出してくれたありがたいことに、まあもうこれはもう羽生滝の人の心意気。
人々の協力でもうこんな素晴らしいものができて、
そうですよ。
いや、本当に感動しました。
もうずっとこれと一緒に生きていけるんでまあまあ僕にとっては幸せです
Woodcarver Kawai has also participated in festivals.
弾いてる中町のだんじり。
午前1時34分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は佐渡付近。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.9 と推定されています。
もうだんじりが当たること自体が嫌なんで。
やっぱりそうですね。
彫刻が傷むとかよりももうだんじりを当てるっていうことがもう恥なんでね。蝶として恥なんで。
あ、そうなんですか。
As the festival draws near, the townspeople gather nearly every night.
だんじり祭りはどういうものなんですか。
真剣にみんな、スピードを競いようで、綺麗にだんじり曲がったらもう胸がっていうんで、それを最高やね。それが最高っていうのをみんなでやっていく。
見せる祭りっていうんかな。それが各町22町全てがそういうふうに思って、去年よりもまた祭りしよう、また今年よりも祭りしよう、いろいろ工夫するんで、何を掘ってでも祭りっていう気持ちになってしまって、
昔からそうな自分の体に染みついてんやろ。
もう町の皆さんはすごい自分の一生かけてもうだんじり祭りされてると聞いてびっくりしました。
それでもみんなで楽しんでわーちゅう祭りでもうない、ほんまに命がけ、もう団結力が一番や。ちょっと一つ間違うたら偉くなるから。
The Kishiwada Festival dates back to the early 18th century. Our explorer has been invited to take part.
One thing I was really surprised about is that kind of that complete difference into the mentality of this event. You know, there's kind of this nice, warm family aspect, and then this kind of wild party aspect. I really think this isn't just going to be a quick, fun event that I go in and out of.
Salt is used to purify and pray for safety. The festival starts at 9 in the morning and continues until 5 in the evening. It's going to be a long day for the participants. The procession first heads to the local shrine to show the danjiri to the deity. The guardian deity of Nakamachi resides at Kishiki Shrine.
能登半島中部で地震。推定最大震度3。日本海中部で地震。推定最大震度能登地方で地震。推定最大震度4。
2回礼して、はい、2回パンパンってやって、最後に。はい。
After leaving the shrine, the Danjiri festival gets rolling.
Ryan. Yeah, thank you. That's all.
それだけかよ。
なんで皆さんはこんなに熱がありますか？
なんかもうこの地に生まれたからみたいな。もうなんか分かれへんけどとりあえず楽しい。
明日やばいけどな。
明日全身の筋肉痛しにいます。やばいです。
だんじりは基本勇気がないとできません。
まあそりゃそうだね。
22 towns will be pulling their danjiri at the same time. They'll race through the streets of the old capital.
Weather 地震情報。午前1時42分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は佐渡付近。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.2 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred.
地震情報。午前1時43分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は能登半島沖。 震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.4 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred.
「この後も若干ですがお天気に変化してくるところもありそうです。
津波観測に関する情報。2日午前1時49分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。石狩湾進行 0.3 メートル。 地震情報。午前1時53分頃、最大震度1を観測する地震がありました。この地震による津波の心配はありません。震源地は奄美大島近海。震源の深さは40キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.2 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 1 occurred.
地震情報。午前1時55分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震が、石川県能登地方で地震。推定最大震度3。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred.
はい、時刻は午前2時を回りました。それではこの時間の最新情報をお伝えします。こちらの方ですけども、現在津波の方が午前1時以降に観測されたものを確認していきたいと思いますけども、こちらになります。午前1時に留萌で 0.2 メートル、午前1時35分に石川湾新港で 0.3 メートル、小樽市おしょろで1時35分に同じく 0.2 メートルということで、まだこちら津波の方が観測されているような状況となっています。現在津波注意報がかなり広い範囲で発表されています。津波注意報が発表されているエリア、北海道の道北から九州に至るまで日本海側の方を中心にかなり広い範囲で津波注意報が現在発表されているような状況となっています。こちらの方ですけども、本日失礼しました。1月1日に発表された大津波警報、津波警報は現在切り替えとなり注意報となっていますが、こちらの方で現在もうすでに避難されている方、津波注意報が解除されるまでの間はですね、一度避難した場所から移動せずにその場に留まるようにしておいてください。こちらの方ですけども、現在だんだんと津波の方、高さとしては小さくはなってはきているんですけども、繰り返しまだ到達しているというような状況が続いている、こんな状況になっています。 また番組の方ですけども、この下のテロップの方、現在赤い色で、
午前1時59分頃、
こちらの
最大
赤い色
震度2を
の方は
観測する地震がありました。
命の危険があるということで示しているものなんで
現在、
すけども、
津波予報
こちら
等を発表中
津波の
で
方はだんだんと小さ
震
くなってき
源地は
ている可能
石
性があるわ
川県能
けですが、
登地方。
まだまだ揺れが続いている。
震源の深さは10キロ。
気温の方が
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは
これに伴って
3.3と
暖房がない
推定されています。
ところでの低体温症によって命の危険もあるということもありまして、こちら赤い帯の方でこの後も続けていきたいと思います。それではですね、今度はですね、地震に関して伝えていきたいと思いますけども、今日発生した地震の失礼しました1月1日に発生した地震の方も振り返っていきましょう。発生した時刻になりますけれども、こちらは1月1日の16時10分頃、最大震度は7ということで、震源地は石川県能登地方でした。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.6、震源の深さは約16キロといったような状況です。こちらですが、実際に震源の分布の方も見ていきたいと思いますけれども、こちらを見るとですね、能登半島から佐渡島の少し手前までかなり広範囲にこの震央が分布しているような状況となっています。このエリアが震源域と言ってもいいでしょう。ですので、このエリアが今回の地震によって断層が破壊されたエリアというふうに見ておいて良さそうです。こちらなんですけども、海底の方に伸びている部分もあるんですが、この能登半島の真下ですね、この付近で断層破壊が発生したところも多くあるということもあって、今回のこの地震ですけども、
午前2時0分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。
この影響と考えられるところも多くなっているかなといった感じがしますね。それに伴って被害の方ですけども、皆さんからいただいているリポートを見ると、屋外であれば道路であるとか、あとは斜面、また屋内であれば家屋の損壊であるとか、家具の転倒といったものが多く見受けられます。こちらの方ですが、まずは屋外の方ですけども、こちらですね、道路の方が陥没、崩落しているような状況になっている。で、またこちらですけども、同じく道路の状況になるんですけども、これはですね、いわゆる液状化現象が発生しているといったような状況です。こちらは道路の方がもう破損しているわけですが、その周りを見てみると泥のようなものが吹き出しているのを見て取ることができます。こちらは液状化現象によって発生しているものですが、場合によってはかなり広い範囲で液状化現象によってですね、大きな被害が起きている可能性があります。例えば住宅の基礎部分でこの液状化現象が起きると、住宅の倒壊なども起きるという形となりますので、揺れによって発生した液状化現象、その液状化現象で住宅の倒壊なども起きるという形になっています。まだ被害の全容などはつかめていないところもあるんですけども、こういったような形で、液状化現象によって家屋がかなり危険な状況になっているというところもあるかなというふうに見ておいてください。あとその他ですけども、例えばこちらは新潟県の上越市からいただきましたけども、土砂崩れです。これが起きているようなところもあったり、また塀が倒れているようなところもありますね。こちらになりますが、過去にもですね、この地震によって塀が倒れて、それによって命を落とすようなこともありました。で、今回もですね、各所でこのような形で塀が倒れているといったような状況になっていることが皆さんのリポートから受け取ることができます。また屋内の被害というところになりますが、例えばこちら商業施設の方ですけども、天井などの構造物が落下してきているといったような状況になっていたりとか、また部屋の中ですね、ご家庭の中で、食器などが倒れたり、それによってそのガラスが割れて散乱しているような状況になっていると、こういうリポートが多く届いているような形になっています。ですので屋内で過ごされる場合もですね、こちらの方、ガラスの破片などで足の裏を切ってしまうと、その後の避難行動なども思うようにできなくなりますので、部屋の中でも屋外にすぐ出れるような靴を履いて、過ごしていただければなと思います。で、この後もですね、このエリアまだまだ揺れの方は多く続くというふうに見ておいた方が良さそうですね。これまで倒れなかったものが倒れてきたり、これまで崩れなかったところが崩れたりということもありますので、十分に警戒をしていただきたいと思います。 あと皆さんに空ミッションの方でいろいろとコメントもいただいてまして、そちらもいくつか見ていきたいと思うんですけども、新潟市の方からいただいたコメントで1時50分にいただいたものなんですが、やはり水が出なくなっていたりということもあってですね、この水道の影響というのがかなり広い範囲で及んでいるのかなという感じがします。また新潟県内、あとはこちらですね、富山県内の富山県高岡市からもいただいてますけども、高岡市からは灯籠やブロック塀のやはり倒壊がありますといったようなコメントもいただいています。こちらの方皆さんからいただいている空ミッション、空ミッションというのはアプリの方のユーザーの方にですね、こちらの方から問いかけてそれに対する答えをいただいているわけですけども、そちらの回答アプリの方から見ることができます。現在どのようなコメントが集まっているのか、そちらの方もご覧になっていただいてですね、ご自身の近くでどういうようなことが起きているのかというところも掴んでいただき、新たな被害に遭わないように気をつけていただければなと思います。この後まだ揺れの方が続くということもありますので、やはり安全なところで身の安全を確保するような形で安全な場所に過ごしていただければなと思います。どうしても屋内被害が出ているようなところだと、その場でとどまっているとですね、また新たな事象によって被害に遭うこともありますので、そういう場合はやはり避難所の方に移動していただきたいと思います。ただこの時間帯だいぶ遅くなってます。避難所に移動する際に、先ほどリポートの方でも見ていただきましたが、道路の損壊なども起きているところもありますので、こちらを気をつけながら、一人ではなく複数人で移動するようにしていただければなと思います。はい、それではですね、このような状況に現在なっているわけですが、この後天気の方がどうやって動いていくのかというところも含めて見ていきたいと思います。はい、それではですね、まずはこちらの方ですけども、気温の方から見ていきたいと思いますが、こちらは輪島の気温の変化になるんですが、ここ目先朝までというところが気温が一番低いところかなという感じがしますね。氷点下から0度といったところを行ったり来たりといった状況となりますので、こちら低体温症などに気をつけていただきたいと思います。暖が取れない場合は、屋内がかなり散乱しているようなものが散乱しているような場合ところで暖房器具を活用した場合、火災の発生の危険もあるので、その場合はですね、避難所などに行って暖を取っていただければなと思います。また天気の方の流れとなります。失礼しました。天気の流れとしてはこちら午前3時からオレンジが晴れです。グレーが曇り、青が雨、白が雪なんですけども、こちら見ていくとですね、北陸エリア、今回揺れの大きかった被害の大きいエリアとしては徐々に雲の方が広がってくるといった状況となります。ただその後ですけども、一番気になるのは今夜から明日にかけてというところですけども、
地震情報、
雨また雪、
午前2時7分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。
建物が
震源地は能登半島沖、震源の深さは10キロ、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.7 と推定されています。
こちらの方ももしそのような状況であれば、やはり避難所の方に身を寄せて、そちらの方で安全を確保して過ごしていただいた方が良さそうです。この時間の地震津波に関する最新情報およびこの北陸エリアを中心とした気象情報についてお伝えしました。
能登半島沖で地震。推定災害震度2。能登半島沖で地震。推定災害震度3。震度速報。最大震度は3です。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
地震情報。午前2時18分頃、最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さはごく浅い。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.2 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度3を石川県能登で観測しました。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
津波注意報が更新されました。
津波注意報の内容が予報区で更新されました。津波注意報が次の地域に発表されています。北海道太平洋沿岸西部、北海道日本海沿岸北部、北海道日本海沿岸南部、青森県日本海沿岸、秋田県、山形県、新潟県上中下越、佐渡、富山県、石川県、能登、石川県、加賀、福井県、京都府、兵庫県北部、鳥取県、島根県出雲、石見、隠岐、山口県日本海沿岸、壱岐、対馬。予想される津波の高さは1メートルです。震源に関する情報。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは20キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.6 と推定されています。津波観測に関する情報。2日午前2時32分現在、新たに観測された津波の最大波の観測値をお知らせします。留萌 0.3 メートル。地震情報。午前2時30分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.7 と推定されています。能登半島沖で地震。推定最大震度3。推定最大震度4。 震度速報。最大震度は3です。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
地震情報。午前2時33分頃、最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は、新潟県上中越沖。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.6 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度3を石川県能登で観測しました。 地震情報。午前2時48分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は佐渡付近。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.3 と推定されています。 震度速報。最大震度は3です。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
地震情報。午前2時52分頃、最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.2 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度3を石川県能登で観測しました。 能登半島沖水災害震度3。
はい、時刻は午前3時を回りました。最新の津波情報、また地震情報をお伝えしたいと思います。まずは津波注意報、現在発表されているところを確認していきたいと思いますが、こちらになります。津波注意報が発表されているエリア、北海道太平洋沿岸西部、北海道日本海沿岸北部、北海道日本海沿岸南部、青森県日本海沿岸、秋田県、山形県、新潟県上中下越、佐渡、富山県、石川県能登、石川県加賀、福井県、京都府、兵庫県北部、鳥取県、島根県出雲、岩見、隠岐、山口県日本海沿岸、壱岐、対馬になります。なお、福岡県日本海沿岸、佐賀県北部に出されていた津波注意報が解除となりました。しばらくの間、若干の海面変動が予想されますので、まだ海岸には近づかないようにしてください。現在津波注意報が発表されているところがあります。こちらのエリアに関しては一度避難した後はその場で安全を確保していただき、元いた場所に帰らないようにしていただきたいと思います。それではですね、現在津波の方が観測されたところを確認していきたいと思いますけれども、この時間帯2時から3時までの間に観測された津波について見ていきます。2時20分に留萌で 0.3 メートルの津波が観測されました。留萌で 0.3 メートルの津波が観測されました。この後もですね、津波注意報が発表されているエリア、この程度の津波の方がやはりやってくるといった状況となりますので、最新情報を必ず確認するようにしてください。それでは続きまして、今回発生した地震について振り返っていきたいと思います。発生日時ですけれども、1月1日16時10分頃です。最大震度は7、震源地は石川県能登地方、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.6、震源の深さは約16キロでした。またこのエリアですけれども、震央の位置などを見ていきますと、こちらの方を見ていただきますとですね、能登半島から佐渡の沖までかなり広い範囲でその震央が分布しています。こちらのエリアが一番大きな地震が発生した時に
最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。
その中でも特に能登半島の真下でこちら断層が
震源の深さは10キロ。
もありまして、いわゆる直
地震
下型の地
の規模を
震、
示すマグニチュードは 3.8 と推定されています。
それに伴いまして最大震度は7といったような状況でした。その地震に伴う被害各所で発生しているといった状況となっています。こちらの方皆さんからいただいているリポート、失礼しました。こちらではないですね。はい、こちらで見ていきますと、こちら0時4分にいただいたものになりますが、写真の方としてはおそらく夕方に捉えたものなんですけども、石川県の宝達道町になるわけですが、こちら見るとですね、まずは左の側溝が完全に溢れている、これ側溝が破損して溢れている状況ですね。で、奥の方を見ていただくと家屋が完全に倒壊しているような状況といったようなリポートが届きました。で、この状況はですね、やはり熊本地震で益城町で、同じようなことがありましたね。家屋が崩壊していったといった状況です。おそらくこの辺りを見てみると、まだデータの方はしっかりと見ていませんが、いわゆる周期が1秒から2秒程度のキラーパルス、これがの周期の地震波が到達したということも予想されるといった状況となっています。で、またそれ以外のところで見ていきますと、こちらの方ですが、こちらは石川県能美市からいただいたものです。道路が崩壊しているような状況です。こちらを見るとですね、ちょっと見にくいんですが、おそらく路盤の方が崩れ落ちたような状況かなというところですね。このような形で家屋の倒壊であるとか、あとは道路の損壊各所で発生しているといった状況となっています。またこれに加えまして、こちらの方になりますが、こちらの方では新潟市からいただいたリポートになりますけども、塀が倒れているといったような形なんですね。ということで、今回のこの地震に関してはこのいった構造物の倒壊が各所で発生しているといったような状況ということを見て取ることができます。また皆さんからいただいた空ミッションのコメントの方も見ていきたいと思いますが、コメントの方ちょっと見ていきましょうか。 はい、それではこちらいただいているコメントの中で少し気になるものがありました。その方はですね、2時25分に輪島市からいただいているコメントなんですけども、輪島では道路に埋設したマンホールが飛び出したり、市役所前の橋は30センチ以上の段差ができた、倒壊家屋も多く道路は寸断状態、市内中心部の火災の収束の気配はないというようなことで、現在ですねこちら情報がまだ入っていませんけれども、延焼火災の方がまだ発生し、それが鎮火しきれてないのかなといった状況ですね。この中で特に気になるものとしては、輪島では道路に埋設したマンホールが飛び出したりという形になっています。こちらの方のコメントから読み取ると、やはり液状化現象、これが発生しているといったような状況かなと思いますね。皆さんからいただいているリポートですと、この能登半島以外にも新潟県内の方からも液状化のリポートが届きました。今回のこの地震に伴って各所で液状化が発生しているものとみられます。液状化が発生した場合、このような形でマンホールが飛び出すということもあるんですけども、やはり道路の損壊が発生したり、場合によっては
最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。
こちらの方に大きく影響し、住宅の倒壊を招くといったような形となるところもありますので、
震源地は石川県能登地方。
この後
震源の深さは20キロ。
把握されてくると
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.2 と推定されています。
この北陸エリアの方ですが、気温の方がだいぶ下がってきたということもあるので、続いてですね今度はこの後の天気の流れも見ていきたいと思いますが、こちらは輪島の気温の変化になります。現在輪島に関してはですね、実はアメダスのデータが届いていないといったような状況となっています。ただその周辺を見ると氷点下近い、もしくは氷点下というところが多くなっている。でこちらの緑色で書かれたこれまでの経過というところに関しては、ウェザーニューズの方が独自に解析実況という形で求めたものになります。こちらを見てみると、やはり氷点下近くをうろうろしているといったような状況で、この後朝を迎えるまではこのかなり低い気温の方が続くといった形となりそうですね。こうなってきますと、損壊した家屋の中にいらっしゃると当然、空調も効かない、暖房も効かないといったような状況かと思います。低体温症になる、それがひどいようであれば命を落とすこともありますので、可能な限り避難所などに移動していただいて暖を取っていただきたいと思います。ただ先ほど見ていただいた通り、各所で道路が寸断していたりとか、壁の倒壊、塀の倒壊などもあってかなり危険な状況となっている。また暗い中移動するとなりますと、こちらかなり身の安全を確保しきれないという部分もありますので、決して一人では移動しないようにしてください。必ず複数人で移動していただいて避難所に行っていただき、暖を取っていただければなと思います。またこの後の天気の流れも見ていきたいと思いますが、こちら午前4時からの天気の流れです。オレンジが晴れです。グレーが曇り、青が雨、白が雪になりますけれども、今回の被害の大きかったエリア、北陸エリアの方を中心に見ていくと、この後ですね、日中帯は比較的晴れる時間帯も長くなってくるといった状況なんですが、ただし夕方以降だいぶ様子が変わってきます。能登半島付近、佐渡付近では雨の方が降り出してくるような状況となります。また3日はさらにこの降水の範囲が広がっていくといった状況となります。今回家屋の倒壊、もしくは家屋の損壊などによってその場に住めなくなったような方、またその場でまだ住めるんですが雨漏りなどが起きやすい状況になる方はですね、3日はこの降水の影響をかなり大きく受けるといった形となりますので、早めに現在の場所から離れてですね、避難所などの方に身を寄せていただければなと思います。この後もですね、まだ揺れの方が続くといった状況どうもなりそうです。で、これまでのこちら震度1以上のですね、地震の発生状況をちょっと見ていきたいと思うんですが、こちらの方を見ていただきますと、今日の16時から午前3時まで、昨日の16時から今日の午前3時までに震度1以上の地震が発生した回数なんですが、こちら見るとですね、徐々に減ってはいるんですけども、極端にこのゼロにはなっていないといったような状況です。これを見るとよく最初の方がぐんと高くてどんどん下がっていくという傾向はあるんですが、ちょっとこれこちらの地震発生 回数は極端に減っていないといった状況を示しているかなと思いますので、この後もですね、有感地震、さらには震度3、震度4といったような揺れが発生する可能性がありますので、十分に注意していただきたいと思います。以上、この時間の地震、津波、またこれからの気象情報、最新情報をお伝えしました。
地震情報。午前3時10分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は能登半島沖。震源の深さはごく浅い。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 2.9 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred.
地震情報。午前3時20分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは20キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 2.9 と推定されています。地震情報。午前3時23分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.0 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred.
島沖で地震。推定最大震度3。震度速報。最大震度は4です。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 4 occurred.
地震情報。午前3時29分頃、最大震度4を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さはごく浅い。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.0 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度4を石川県能登で観測しました。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 4 occurred.
地震情報、予報センターから地震情報をお伝えします。石川県能登地方で最大震度4の地震が発生しました。
能登半島沖で地震、石川県能登地方で地震。
一連の地震の中で、発生しているものという形になります。最大震度は4、最大震度は4です。こちらの方、被害の方がかなり拡大している状況から考えますと、この揺れでまた新たな被害が発生する可能性があります。まずは身の安全を確保してください。身の安全を確保してください。繰り返しお伝えします。石川県能登地方で最大震度4の地震が発生しました。 1月1日に発生した大きな地震、その影響を受けています。このエリア、被害が拡大する可能性があります。十分に注意、警戒をしてください。まずは身の安全を確保してください。部屋の中、新たに倒れたもの、また壊れたものなどはありませんでしょうか。部屋の中、危険な場合があります。こちらの方、まずは歩き回らずに身の安全を確保してください。石川県能登地方で最大震度4の地震が発生しました。こちらに関してはまだ津波の情報、新たなものは入っていません。現在このエリア、津波注意報が発表中という形になっています。海岸には近づかないようにしてください。また一旦避難した場合、津波注意報が解除されるまでの間は元のいた場所には戻らないようにしてください。地震情報をお伝えします。石川県能登地方で最大震度4の地震が発生しました。こちらのエリアに関しては昨日発生しました大きな地震、各所で被害が発生しています。またこの揺れによって新たな繰り返しお伝えします。1月2日午前3時29分ごろ、石川県能登地方を震源する最大震度4の地震が発生しました。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.0、震源の深さはごく浅いと推定されています。このエリアですけれども、先日の大きな地震によって各所で被害が発生しています。また新たな被害が発生が懸念されますので、まず身の安全を確保してください。各地の詳しい震度、こちらについてお伝えします。震度4を観測したのは志賀町です。最大震度は震度4、震度4を観測したのは志賀町です。震度2、七尾市、震度1、輪島市、羽咋市、能登町、珠洲市、中野戸町、花水町になります。
最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。
こちらの方は1月1日に発生した地震、震度7を観測しています。こちらの方、被害の拡大が懸念されます。まずは身の安全を確保してください。
震源の深さはごく浅い。
緊急地震速報が発表されましたけれども、このエリア、最大震度4の地震が現在発生しました。
この地震で最大震度3を
最大震度3と推定される緊急地震速報が発表されています。
観測しました。
こちらの方ですけれども、震度3、震度4の地震が繰り返し発生しています。まず身の安全を確保してください。はい、こちら3時33分頃ですけれども、最大震度3の地震が発生しました。現在震度4の地震が3時29分頃発生し、また震度3の地震が3時33分頃発生しています。いずれも石川県能登地方です。このエリアに関してはこの後も震度3、震度4程度の地震がまだ頻発するような状況となっています。新たな災害の発生、また災害の拡大が懸念されますので、まずは現在身の安全を確保してください。身の安全を確保してください。部屋の中、さらに新たなものが壊れたりしていませんでしょうか。また避難場所、避難所で過ごされている方、揺れの方が発生しているかと思います。まずは安心してください。そのような場所では大きな被害の発生ということは考えられません。ですので避難所に避難されている方は慌てずにその場で避難所の指示に従っていただきたいと思います。現在3時29分頃、能登地方で発生した地震、こちらの方はまず最大震度は4です。震度4を観測したのは志賀町になります。震度4は志賀町です。震度2を観測したのは七尾市、震度1を観測したのは輪島市、羽咋市、能登町、珠洲市、中野戸町、荒水町になります。このエリアですけれども、最大震度7の地震が発生し、それに伴い津波が発生しています。また津波注意報はまだ継続中といった状況となりますので、現在津波に伴って避難所に避難されている方は注意報が解除されるまでの間は元の場所には戻らないようにしてください。また震度3、震度4程度の地震、頻発しているような状況となっています。これに伴って新たな被害の発生も懸念されますので、まずは身の安全を確保してください。避難所に避難されている方、こちらの方も慌てずに避難所の指示に従って行動してください。落ち着いて行動してください。以上、能登地方で発生しました震度4の地震についてお伝えしました。この後も震度3、震度4の地震が発生する可能性が高くなっていますので、十分注意をしてください。またこの後ですけれども、地震に関する速報については、推定震度5弱以上、 また震度速報が発表される確定震度4以上の時にお伝えするようにしたいと思います。ただですね、このエリアで以外のところで発生したものについては随時またお伝えします。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
午前3時47分頃、最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.7 と推定されています。この地震で最大震度3を石川県能登で観測しました。地震情報。午前3時54分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は能登半島沖。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 3.5 と推定されています。
An earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 2 occurred.
石川県能登地方で地震。推定最大震度3。地震情報。午前4時2分頃、最大震度2を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は石川県能登地方。震源の深さは10キロ。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.0 と推定されています。石川県能登地方で地震。推定最大震度3。震度速報。最大震度は3です。
earthquake of maximum measured intensity of 3 occurred.
はい、時刻が午前4時を回りました。ここで最新の地震情報、津波情報についてお伝えしていきます。まずはですね、この時間に発表されている津波に関する情報を見ていきたいと思います。
午前4時5分ごろ、最大震度3を観測する地震がありました。現在、津波予報等を発表中です。震源地は能登半島沖。
津波注意報が現在まで発表されているエリアはかなり広い範囲になっています。
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 4.0 と推定されています。
昨日、
この地震で最大震度3を
発表されていたところでは避難されているかと思いますけれども、この後津波注意報が解除されるまでの間はですね、その場所からこの場所にとどまって安全を確保していただきたいと思います。で、この時間最新の津波の観測情報になりますが、こちら繰り返しになりますけれども、留萌で2時20分に 0.3 メートルの津波が観測されているといったような状況です。これ以降は津波の方は観測されていないといった状況になっています。今回のこの津波の方ですけれども、日本海の方で発生したということもあるので、日本海は太平洋と比べるとだいぶ狭い閉じた海域となっていますので、一度大陸の方にぶつかってまた反射して戻ってくるといったようなこともあったかと推定されています。それに伴ってかなり長い時間津波の方が続いたといったような状況だったかなと思います。最新の津波の観測データとしては、留萌が2時20分に 0.3 メートルの津波を観測したといったような状況でした。現在のこちら津波の方ですけれども、まだ注意報が発表されていますので、注意報が解除されるまでの間はですね、その場にとどまり安全を確保していただきたいと思います。また今回この津波を発生させた地震についても振り返っていきたいと思います。地震の発生時刻1月1日の16時10分頃でした。最大震度は7、震源地は石川県能登地方、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.6、震源の深さは約16キロといった状況でした。で、今回のこの地震ですけども、信号分布などを見てみると、こちらの方を見ていただきますと、ちょうどですね、この赤い点がたくさん打たれてますが、これが今回発生した地震の信号分布といった状況になるわけですが、この範囲の中で、断層の方が動いたといったような状況でした。で、こちらを見ていただきますと、能登半島の直下でこの断層も動いているということもありましたので、今回は津波注意報が発表されている状況ですが、どちらかというと内陸の直下型地震に近いような被害の分布といった状況になっています。現在輪島市の方では火災がまだ発生し、それがなかなか鎮火していないといったような情報も入っていますし、各所で屋内の被害であるとか、また家屋の倒壊、道路の損壊、崖崩れなどが発生しているといった状況となっています。まだこの時間も余震の方、失礼しました。この大きな地震に伴う一連の地震が発生しているといったような状況です。震度3、震度4程度の地震はこの後もまだ発生しうるというふうに見ておいてください。また気象庁の方はですね、この1月1日の16時10分に発生した地震と同程度の地震がまだ発生する可能性があるということで、記者会見なども行っています。この震央の分布を見てみますとですね、だんだんとこの海上の方にですね、その震源、発生エリアが移ってきているということになります。ただこのよりも東の方ですが、ちょうどここに赤い線が引かれていますけれども、ここがちょうどプレートの境界ラインになるんですね。このプ ちらの方は北米プレートですが、北米プレートの方がぐーっと沈み込むような状況になっているというところになるわけですけども、今回発生している地震に関してはプレート内地震ですので、このプレート境界よりも東の方に一連の流れが進むことはほぼないんではないかなというふうに思われています。見られています。ただこの状況から考えてみると、新たな地震がですね、最もこの海底に関係するところで大きな地震が発生した場合はですね、再び大きめの津波が発生する可能性がありますから、まだまだこちら最新の情報は常に確認していただいて、津波に関する情報が発表された場合はですね、直ちに避難行動に移していただければなと思います。話が前後しますけども、今回のこの地震、内陸で発生する被害というのがだいぶ多く出ました。それに伴って家屋の影響というのが大きく出ているわけですけども、この時間になってですね、だいぶ気温の方も下がってきているといった状況になっています。